I be stroking.
Hi, Sashi. You were first again. Sounds good, Sashi. Hi, Mod. Ghost Link. Ghost Link.
I be stroking.
Is that? Oh, that's a new soundbite by request of by the request of Shasta. The fuck is going on? Where, Alki? We're making paint, yo. Hi, Mono. Not drugs. Not drugs. How you doing today, Mono?
Okay, people, take a break. We gotta
Why
shut
are you
down.
making me take a break this early? I'm gonna just sit here for 5 minutes then. I'm gonna talk though. Wasting points. To use those on nerds. Hi, DM. Welcome in. You're okay, Mono? Okay. Oh, nice. I'm doing well, Mono. What game were you guys playing? We got that reflection from this orange. I guess that's not. No, what is that? I guess that's the powder itself reflecting. I'm glad you got to do that again. Playing with friends can be very fun, especially when you get back to that comfort zone. This or this? This is Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. Deep Cock. No, Rock Galactic. I've heard of that. Never played it. So we have 5 colors out here. We're gonna do 4 today, so we're gonna leave the choices.
I be smoking.
Yeah, this bag is Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. It's a very reddish, very red burnt umber. Well, you know what's funny? As I take the orange away, it's oh, I guess it's still there. This reflection right here. Whimsy white, is that a thing? Not in oil paint pigments. Not in oil paint pigments. Alright, so let's go over the pigments that we're gonna do today, the mandatory ones. So we have 3 that we really need to get done because I'm low on them. So we have bismuth vanadate. God, can't see it that well. It's okay. Titanium white was the white that he used. Oh my god, Alki. Oh my god. Coming in here with language like that. He, not another white. He used, I should say, he used a, white mixed with, what was it called? Liquid white. But that was like a white with solvent in it. But there's no oil paint color called whimsical white. Alright, so, at least I've never seen it on a show, Mono. But I also know oil paint colors, and the only other white was zinc oxide. The only whites historically are lead white, titanium white, and zinc white. Alright, so we have 3 colors that we're doing for sure. We have Kremnitz white, which is lead white. We're almost out of lead white, so we gotta make more. We have bismuth vanadate yellow lemon.
I said good day!
Good day, pickles. And we have orange molybdate, which is basically lead orange. So we have 2 lead paints. 2 lead paints. Also, I want people to notice this warning sign. This is when something is toxic or poses a health danger, you will see stuff like this on labels and packaging. This one had it outside of the box it came in. We should eat less of it. We should eat none of it. Don't eat it! God damn it! God damn it! Not this again. Not this again. So, the reason why we don't see these on phthalo, cadmiums, or anything like that is because they are considered not toxic. None. None. Should be none. Nope, not even a tiny bit. So then we have 2 colors that we can do for the 4th color. Not even a taste. Not once, not ever. Nope. Pickles, that is the worst thing you could do. That is the absolute worst thing you could do with paint pigment. No! So we have bismuth vanadate yellow light. Very similar to the lemon. I'm using lemon in the future, but I have these for reasons when I wasn't so sure. So we can make the vanadate yellow light, or we can make burnt umber. So what do people? We could burn that bridge when we get there. Absolutely not, Alki. No. There's no reason. Cocaine white. Actually, smoking might be the absolute worst thing you could do. Smoking them like crack rock is probably the worst thing you could do. Alright. So, those are the pigments for today, everybody. Those are the pigments. We're going to start off with the lead colors first. Not drugs. Not drugs. You talking about China white? Was a name for zinc white. So we're gonna start off with lead white first, and then we're gonna do the orange after that. Hi, Cash Pop. supplements. Okay. All right, so let's go over the tools that we're going to use for today, everybody. Gloves, keep it off our skin. Most mandatory thing is an N95 mask. An N95 mask. This is rated for inhalation, like dust inhalation. Mandatory. Don't make paint unless you are wearing at least an N95 mask or a respirator. That is rated for dust. If I was working every day with it, Alki, I would. If I was working every day with like dry pigment, like if I was working in a factory, I'd wear a full respirator, blocking my eyes as well. But considering I do it infrequently, taking normal precautions and an N95 mask is enough in this context. I will not. Pickles. All right, other tools. Other tools. This butt plug, okay, also doubles as a paint molar. So you'll see what this does is this disperses the oil around the oil pigments. Okay, when we use this. And actually, hold on. Let's do that. Okay. So this is what basically smushes the oil all over the pigment particles. I wouldn't make paint without this. Also, I clean it with solvent. We're acting like I keep my butt plugs clean, all right? But this is the main tool used for making paint by hand. Okay. Okay. This is for crimping the tubes. So when we make paint, we put it in tubes. Sounds good, Mud. We put them in, I do know this, Pickles.
Oh my.
Oh my. So these tubes, we just jam the paint right in there, and then we will crimp this end down, and then we have paint in the tube. Okay? One thing I've been using is syringes. I bought these plastic syringes and cut off the end, so it makes putting the paint in the tubes easier. So that's another thing that we have. This is not necessary, but it keeps things a bit cleaner. Oh. They'll last me months, Pickles. With how much I paint, they'll last me months. But if you don't paint a lot, they'll last you years. So then, we have a plastic spoon just for getting pigment. Nothing, you know, something disposable. And then we have palette knives. I generally only need 2, but sometimes I'll use 3. But I'm gonna test out these, just using these 3 for now. And those are all the tools we need. Yep, exactly, Mono. We have a big one and a small one. Okay. All right. So now for oils. Oh wait, actually, I need that oil. Okay. Tribal painting. All right. So we actually have 3 different types of oils today, everybody. We have 3 different types of oils. The main oil and the default oil used for making oil paints is aged refined linseed oil. Okay, aged refined linseed oil. That's my. The oily fans is the special content, Mono. So if I'm not using these 2 other varieties, the only oil I use in my paints is aged refined linseed oil. These other 2 are special cases. So this is vacuum bodied linseed oil or stand oil. You can see it's thicker like honey. I use this for umbers. I add some of this to umbers. So I'll mix both of these two when I'm making umbers. So if we do the burnt umber today, I will add some of this to aged, refined linseed oil. Okay, this is the default. This is the default oil for all oil paints. For umbers, we add a little bit of the vacuum-bodied linseed oil. I have another bottle behind. I'm all oiled up, DM. I'm all oiled up. I forget why they do that, Elkie, but I believe it. I forget the exact reasoning why, but there is a reason why they age it. Some people say cold pressed is better, but cold pressed does have more impurities in it than the age refined linseed oil. Cold press was more of a necessity of an older period of time. So cold press is actually, in context of modernity, is a not as optimal of oil to use. That is true, Mono. All right, so now this third oil. This is called pale grinder's oil. This is a filtered an additional step, and we use this for lead white specifically. We use this for lead white specifically. Okay, so this will yellow less over time. So we mix that with the white. It's not an absolute necessity. This was based on the recommendation of Rublev as a company to make lead white with pale grinder's oil. Okay? So that is only when I'm making lead white will I use this oil. Okay? Did I name what? What did I name, Pickles? So let's get on our gloves. I did not. I did not name the grinder's oil. That's the name that... I believe that's a historical name. Gimp suit is coming on. Okay. So, I gotta clean my palette off one time. I'm gonna be using paper towels and cloth and microfiber towels for cleaning at different points. Nothing exceptional on that front. But we're gonna wipe everything down. But we're just gonna do everything on my glass palette, okay? We're gonna just do everything on my glass palette. Before I used to do it on a roughed up piece of glass, but it's not, I found that it is not necessary. You use, what was it called? Silica, what is it called? Carbon powder. It's like it's like a powder that you put on here, and you'll use your molar, and you'll scratch up the glass and grind, and just use your molar. And it takes about 20 minutes, but you'll create a rough, a frosted look. It's like the equivalent of sandblasting. Carbide powder. It's the equivalent of sandblasting glass. That was more necessary in ages past. But with a lot of modern pigments, it is not needed. You mean like the explosive powders, Mono? Or the sandblasting powders? Yeah, the sandblasting powders that they'd use in those machines. So I'm just wiping off all this stuff. And we'll get started, everybody. Okay. Alright, so everything has been wiped off. Let's get our N95 mask. No, it's not like that. Not like that, Mono. Alright, so we're putting on our N95 mask, everybody. Okay. Alright. So we're going to try and make enough for one of these tubes, okay? With the lead white. Alright, so... Alright, good, Lost Traveling. Alright. So especially when you open this, you might, if you see it in the air, right, that's when it could be, you know, problem. So, like, try and not, like, dump it out. Try and just softly do it. Well, we're trying to make enough for that tube. That. I wonder if that's going to be too much. We could always add, so we'll put some back. Okay. So then we'll seal this back up. Not drugs, everybody. Not drugs, Mono. Damn it. This is lead. Okay. So, now, you know what? I forgot to grab a pipette. I gotta remember where those are. One second, I gotta find a pipette. Where the fuck did I put them, everybody? Celestia, where did I put the pipettes? Where did I put the pipettes? Where the fuck is it, everybody? We'll figure it out. I have not checked my butthole. Not cocaine. Oh, I can't find him. All right, whatever. All right, so we're gonna add some of the pale grinder's oil. We're gonna go with too little at first. Don't eat this. Don't eat this, everybody. So now we're just going to make a stiff paste. The goal is just to make a stiff paste. We're going to need a lot more oil. Oh my god! Kind of experience, Pickles. Kind of by experience. And if you need to go to a doctor. Well, maybe when everybody does their homework, Celestia. Maybe when everybody does their homework. The homework is all my viewers, DM has to bring in 60 people who will watch me forever and sub to me every month. So each one of you has to bring in 60 people who will sub and watch whenever I'm on. That was the deal. Celestia only needs to bring in 20. So call up your families, call up your friends, get them in here. Well, Lost Traveling, you're going to have to find him. You're going to have to find him, Lost Traveling. That's the homework. We all agreed. We all agreed. Well, we had a discussion, Lost Traveling, and it is in Appendix ZC Addendum 3248 of the rules. And you could find that in the archives. We only keep it on paper, not digitally. We only keep those rules in paper. Wait, what? Yes. No one disagreed. You all agreed. Everyone agreed. Oh my god! Here I was, thought I was safe. Here I was, thought I was safe.
Tonight, you.
Oh my god. We're starting to get pasty. We're starting to get to the stiff paste. I'm at a goddamn Cold Stone Creamery. Might need a touch more oil. Are you sure about that, Alki? Are you sure? The Tonight You. I love the Tonight You. Alright, we need a touch more oil. Yes. Yes. Looks like cheese yogurt hybrid. A bit. It does. This pigment was used for makeup. This pigment was used for makeup, everybody. Oily Lord Nick. Very possibly. So for companies, when companies do this, they just use a gigantic stand mixer for this portion. They just use a gigantic stand mixer for this portion. Hi, Storm. I don't know if lead has more neurodegenerative relationships than it does with, like, I think physical, but I could be wrong. I mean, it could just have been the poor nutrition, the general poor nutrition back then. Yeah, for a long time. Celestia, the Greeks and Romans both did it. Medieval time periods did it as well. I even think it made it into the 1700s. I mean, Shields Green, an arsenic-based one, made it into makeup. Shields Green made it into makeup and cosmetics. And that was arsenic-based. I'd be curious, for anybody who wears makeup, you know, you could look up the pigments that they use in makeup, right? I bet you some of these oil paint pigments show up in plenty of makeups. Okay, so is this enough? Do I need to make more? Is the question. So we're at that stiff pace point, and it will loosen up a bit. Question is, do I need to make more than this for that tube? And I think I do. So you might say this looks a bit thick. Might be too thick, if that's even possible. But it loosens up after we mull it. But I think we need to make a little bit more. So we're gonna put out a little bit more here. No, Storm, this I only use single pigment paint. So this is a paint color. This is lead white. This is lead white. A bit. It has a little bit of that texture too. All right, so let's drop a bit more. Let's go with that amount. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to... Sorry. Forgot to get the YouTube chat. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's continue to mix. Alright, DM, have a great night. Have a good night. Oh my god, Alki. Oh my god. Alki's full of piss and vinegar today, everybody. Nini, DM. Alki, full of piss and vinegar today. More. So I bring out your inner anger, Alki? I bring out your inner anger? Just something about it makes me hate it. Ah. You know, that's a lot of people, actually. Nope, Shasta, this was the first color. This was the first color.
I be smoking.
Oh yeah, Shasta. Shasta, just for you.
I be
Oh my
smoking.
god. A murder stroke? Oh my god. It was murderously good. That is true. I didn't enjoy it though. How are you, Lizzie? How are you? One stroke, one kill. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, Lizzie. Goddamn deer hunter. Oh, that sucks, Sashi. Okay, so I think we're, well, that's a silver lining. That is a silver lining. We're almost ready to mole. We're almost ready to mole. Make sure you flick some of the paint up in the air. I'm trying to get all like the random little bits of powder. So this now has like the consistency of, it's thicker than peanut butter. It's like, what's a good, I don't know, like a really, really thick peanut
I
butter.
be smoking.
It is a glass surface, Storm Masters. This is a glass surface. Traditionally, it was done on granite. But glass is all you need. If money wasn't an object, though, I would get a granite stone. Okay. Well, Lizzie, I have something planned for today. So your streak might get broken tonight, just FYI. Your streak might get broken tonight. You're tickled? Good. Good, Shasta. I'm planning something to break everybody's streaks. I don't know. I don't know with your disgusting 15. Oh my god! You two? I thought we reached a cordial mutual acquaintance position, Lost Traveling. I thought we were cordial mutual acquaintances. Not murders. Okay. So it's loosened up. It's loosening up more and more as I mix it more. But now we're gonna start with the mulling. So I'm gonna take off my mask now. Drop my earbud on the ground. That's cool. When? I don't know. Alright. start off with that amount for molding. Alright, so now, this might be too much to start off with. So now we're going to start molding, everybody. So we're going to take our butt plug. We're going to take our butt plug. Yeah, I bet, Shasta. Yeah, Alki, I agree. It's similar to that. All right, so we're gonna take our butt plug. We're gonna plop it down on here, and then we're gonna start making circular motions. And this, in turn, disperses the oil across the pigment. And some pigments loosen up a lot at this point. I don't recall how lead white did. So at this point, we could add more oil depending on how this paint loosens up. So this still has the graininess. I probably should have put out less to start off with. So let's do this. Don't eat this paint. It is. I tried taping down my camera so it doesn't keep on doing that, but it's still doing it. Now the reason I'm going so slow is because this is very tacky. This can take some elbows, some strength to move around. But it gets easier and easier as you mold it more. Storm Masters, there is. So this amount of paint, if I were to buy it from Rublev, like we're talking with no filler, this amount of paint would probably cost me $90, $90 to $100 worth of paint. I've used about, you've seen me use about $25 to $30 worth of pigment, and probably $3 worth of oil. So this was roughly $25 to $30 worth of pigment, everybody. So you can see how it's smoothing out a bit. If I were to buy the large tube, which was about 150 milliliters of this pigment from Rublev, somebody could look it up. Would somebody mind looking it up, actually? Can somebody go to naturalpigments.com and look at their lead white number 1 and see what it costs? Because their 50 milliliter tube costs $46. So naturalpigments.com. Go to their oil paint section and go to lead white number 1. They don't use any fillers like me. This also has no fillers or no additives, which take away from your pigment density. But I'm making roughly 150 milliliters. I'm trying to make it close to that. Yeah. So what is? Do they have a 150 milliliter option, Alki? What is their 150 milliliter option cost? Yeah. So I'm basically making $126 worth of paint if I were to buy it, made with the same ingredients. Now that's also like they make very high quality, like no additives. They just use pure pigment and oil. Jesus Christ! Now, for some paints, Storm Masters, it's not as severe. For some paints, it's not as severe. Okay? But like burnt umber here. So a 1 kilogram bag, Blue Ridge burnt umber. This 1 kilogram bag was $26. Okay, it would probably make this 1 kilogram of burnt umber would probably make me 600 milliliters of paint, somewhere around there. And they would probably charge $30, $25 to $30 per tube. And I'd probably use about $15 worth of oil, though, and all that. So for roughly $40, I can make $130 worth of burnt umber. Now, the ones that you don't save that much on are some of the more expensive pigments, like Viridian. You actually don't save that much. There is also sometimes you sacrifice textural elements. Depending on the paint pigment, you'll sacrifice some textural element of the paint. So like transparent red oxide, I don't recommend making it yourself. It does look like meringue a bit. But ultramarine blue, you save a good amount on. Pyrrole red, you save a good amount on. So the ones that haven't saved a lot have been the cobalt colors. Don't save you a lot, surprisingly. Quinacridone magenta does not save you a lot. What other ones? The yellows don't save a ton, though they do save some. Glass, Ancient Ibis. This is a situation where a roughed up glass would be beneficial, but in this one I'm not. But my molar is roughed on one side. And Ancient Ibis, this is Kremnitz white / lead white that we're currently making. Ibis, like the bird. Okay. Ancient Ibis. Welcome in. If you have any questions, like you just asked, feel free. I'm an open book. I'll literally answer any question you ask. Don't eat the goddamn paint, mud. Every time with you. Every time with you.
I be stroking.
Hi, Alki. Any questions? What color are my eyes? I believe they're like hazel, I think people have described them as, like a desaturated brown going into slightly green. How big is my hand? Huge. My hands aren't that big, but like they are at the same time. I did a lot of lifting. I had to do a lot of lifting, so I got decently sized hands. I wouldn't say gigantic though. I can't palm a basketball. The old meat mitts. Yeah, meat mitts are an accurate description. We're making 4. We're making 4 today. Does it, Amy Jo? What are we even referencing there, Amy Jo? No Pyrrole Scarlet today, Shasta. It's just on a very low it's a really low pyrolity. Right now because I have a lot of it made, and I don't use a ton of it because it's such a strong pigment. Plus, I already have some Pyrrole Scarlet made. You remembered the name, Sashi. Good work. Yeah, Orange Mob date. We're making this next. So this is actually only $10 for this tub. Oh, is it? I did not know that. So you're talking about my penis. That's what you're referencing. Fair enough. Well, maybe if you actually subscribe to my oily fans, it wouldn't be such a mystery. So I've been going through lead white pretty fast, Stormmaster. So this amount of paint will probably last me 2 to 3 months. But if I were to make this amount of like Pyrrole red, it would last me years. No, it does not, Ancient Ibis. No, the glass is harder than most pigments, Ibis. That's all right, Storm Masters. This is like acrylics and watercolors are in premise made in a similar way. It just takes a pigment and it takes a medium. So for oil colors, they use gum arabic and a touch of honey. For acrylics, they use acrylic, right? Acrylic and water. Oil paints, it's just oil. This is how paint is generally made. Now, oil paints and watercolors take a little bit more processing than acrylics do. Like, to make them, they take a little bit more specific processes than acrylic. You want a shoulder workout, everybody. This is your shoulder workout. And forearm. This one's taking more mulling than I'm usually accustomed to. And I think it's because the pigment was more lumpy when it was dry. Oh, lumpy pigment! Usually pigments like smooth out a lot easier than this. So the two major reasons are either one of the reasons could be that. The other reason could be that I'm just going a bit light on oil, which is not the end of the world. It just makes this part more difficult. There some separation will occur, Ibis, but no, like not in its entirety. Not after this. Sorry, maybe after hundreds of years. But the oil will dry before that happens. What do you mean I only go in one direction, Lost Traveling? Like my mulling? I could try, changing it up a bit. So you can see we're a lot more creamy than we were when this started, right? You can see that. Now we're like more like sour cream. A lot of people say that, Storm Masters. Okay. This is the benefit of having a large surface. Yes, you could, Shasta. That's what was traditionally used when glass was more expensive. Was granite. So like the workshop painters were all grinding on granite, but it's also because they needed to physically like bring the pigment down to size. So they'd physically grind the pigments to size, and then they'd add oil and mold it together. Was generally how. That's why it was so much work. So they needed a hard surface to do that. But you could do that with glass too. The reason why I'm mulling this one so much, like some of these paints that I do today won't require this amount of mulling, is because it was so grainy. So I'm taking extra precautionary measures to make sure that it's mold enough. I eyeball it, Ibis. I've learned a bit about how much it needs, or like signs of too much oil or too little. However, if you were looking for exact measurements, those are available. Those are available. That is like a measured statistic of put your goddamn glove in lead. You wouldn't do it on that because you would lose so much of it, Storm. You would lose so much of it in that context. Yeah, no worries, Ibis. It's oil. Like oil is a very stable medium. So the reason why oil works so well with paint is because it's so stable once it dries. So the most conservational paints are oils, by the nature of how oils dry. Polymerization is a very now it's not like the most, but considering the textures you get out of it and how it doesn't affect color is very important as well. And for the amount of pigment it can carry as well. So you can see how loose we are now, right? Remember how thick it was and how loose it is? Alright, so let's, I think we've molded enough, everybody. So now let's jam it up into the tube. Tube. Only tube, Storm Masters. Do not put oil paint in a jar. If you put it in a jar, it will dry out. I know that because it happened to me, and historical information. So we're about to put it in that tube. So we're just being a cheap bastard. No. All right. So now, yeah. That is a big benefit of watercolors, is that essentially they dry. You're fine with them drying because they're just reactivatable. Okay, so now, next step, everybody. Tubes. My tubes. My tubes. It's just a collapsible aluminum tube. We're gonna jam the paint through this hole right here. Pubes! And then we're going to seal it up. And then that will keep our paint all good. So I use these syringes that I got. I've actually been happy with them. I cut off the end of these plastic syringes.
Nice.
Tube! So now we're gonna just jam this paint all up in there. This has been the cleanest way I have found of doing this process. So we're just gonna jam this white, creamy-like substance into this tube. We'll also have an idea of how much volume we have too. And it looks like I probably only made like 100 milliliters here. I was expecting more. We'll see. So we got a syringe full. We have roughly 60 milliliters of paint in this. So, no, this is for normal liquids. Okay, so now we're just going to jam it all up in here. That. And we just... Takes a little bit of strength, too. Then we'll just pull it back down. So that was roughly 60 milliliters in there. Hopefully this will give me another 60. So I undershot it just so everyone knows. So it gets really messy at the top of the tube, so when I close it up, it like squirts everywhere. And I actually end up wasting a lot more paint that way, and it's a lot messier. Okay. We're getting like another 55 out of this. So it looks like we'll actually hit about 130. Looks like we'll hit about 130. Well, yeah, you just tap it down, and it will get rid of the air bubbles. You don't need to pack it or anything like that. Air bubbles aren't a huge issue. Some paint on your hand. That's cool. we probably got 130 milliliters out of this. So not terrible. So we roughly got 130 milliliters for $30, which is probably a savings of roughly 65%, 65 to 70%. I do. I wear an N95 mask, Ancient Ibis, and that is mandatory. Don't skimp on that part of the safety. The most dangerous thing about oil painting, the most dangerous thing you can do with oil painting is breathe in dry pigment. Single most dangerous thing you can do. For any of them, too. Almost all pigments, once they get into your lungs, they're never coming out. So, all right, so we got our tube all filled with cream. Well, Storm Masters, you'll develop serious illnesses. And for example, cadmium pigment, when breathed in, has actual cancer links. And a vast majority of pigments are heavy metals, and a lot of heavy metals have poisoning aspects to it. So, for example, like cobalt, manganese, a lot of them have poisoning concerns. Once they get in your bloodstream, and the lungs is one of the most effective ways to do that. Now, I'll say this: consuming it, though, the reason why oil paint pigments aren't necessarily toxic when consuming, because since they're insoluble pigments, they are insoluble in your body, and your body can't actually break them down and like poison yourself with them, or the amounts that are in there. Okay, that's one of the big reasons with cadmiums. By the way, the second most thing you could do in oil paint, the second most dangerous thing you can do in oil painting is breathe in solvent fumes. Sounds good. All right. So now, okay. So now we're gonna close this up. Okay. Now we don't have to be too nuts about this. We're just gonna find a point, and we're gonna close it off so we don't pinch off a lot of paint outside of it. Okay. Not in this stream, Mono. Not again. No solvent for you. No solvent for you. Okay. So we just pinched it off. Okay, we just pinched it off, you see? All right. Then I have a crimping tool. You see, and it has these ridges on here. Has these ridges. So then we're just gonna crimp the shit out of these things. Just crimp the shit out of them. Make it wish it was never crimped. Just crimp the shit out. Alright. So after you crimp the shit out of them, make sure the edges are crimped. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to fold over the end of it. Don't need a big fold over, just a tiny. Okay. So then we're gonna fold that over and then crimp the shit out of it again. Yeah, the cam is twitching. I taped it down to try and reduce vibration. I got a shitty camera and I can't really get a new one. At least with the palette camera right now. Okay. So then we did that. This was lead white. Lead white. Then we're gonna fold this little fucker over again. We're gonna crimp the shit out of it again. We're gonna crimp it like it owes us money. Okay, so we fold it over. Crimp. 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 Owes us money, fucker. Where's my money? Okay. And then we fold it over one more time. Yep. We're gonna fold it over one more time. This is how paint companies seal these tubes, by the way. They don't do anything else other than this. I don't know what it is, Ibis. It started when I used OBS. It started doing it when I did OBS, and it's because I'm also resting on the table that my camera is on. And it's causing vibration, but this wasn't an issue with Twitch Studio, oddly enough. But I'll try and take more measures. But it only has happened with this camera. Okay. So you see that we got crimps there, right? See, now it's all sealed. We have a usable tube of paint, everybody. We have a usable tube of paint. Then, because I'm an extra super uber nerd, I created labels. I should create a logo with them. And then we're just gonna place that on the tube. Shut up, Mono! This is cool. This is cool. Okay. Now, normally what I'd also do is I'd put the paint on another label and I'd let it dry and I'd wrap it around this, but for white, it doesn't really matter to me. Jake, we're going to do paint making into Baldur's Gate today. Ooh, the black glove would be a good... That would be a good, like the one that Gunnar did. Yeah. Usable tube of lead white. Okay. Next, let's clean up. So we no longer need the... If I ever start a paint company, Celestia, that's what it'll be named. But the fact of the matter is, if I were to charge you for my time in doing it this way, I'd have to charge you more than what you can get from it from a company. I would have to invest in a machine, like a 3-roll mill, and a stand mixer to make it worth like... So basically, if you wanted to buy a paint made by me, I'd have to charge you too much to justify it. Now, if you want to do that, if you want to pay me too much for the paints, I'll make you paints. Or if you want me to charge for my labor, I'll do that. But I don't, I don't recommend it. So now we're just going to use solvent to clean up. Yeah. Well, so then, Celestia, I could make like 10 tubes at a time for the same amount of time it took me to do this at a higher quality, mind you. Wait, what did Jake say? What happened to Jake? Did I miss it? Oh, to remove a tooth with pliers? I missed that. God. I would need money, Jake. I would need money, not channel points. I would need money, not channel points. I got money. You're in for 20. Jake, you are still the only mod to have murdered me. Just FYI, Jake. Still shocking. Sashi! Why do you have to expose me like this? Why did you have to expose me? I have teeth right here. Damn it. I was thinking about taking some teeth off of Rudy. I was thinking about taking some teeth out of Ruby at some point. But then I was like, how do I get them back in there? But maybe for the second, if I get another skull, I'll make it more raggedy. What color? What are you talking about? What color red? Which red are you talking about? Pure willpower? For you not murdering me, or tooth blood paint? Transparent red oxide, Jake. Or hematite. Could do that. That's not a bad idea, Shasta. Okay. Alright, we're all clean. We're all clean. Alright, now let's do the next one. Hematite. 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 Okay, so now we're going to put on our N95 mask again now. And Mono, I do appreciate that you don't murder me. Okay. All right. So this is Orange Molybdate. This is another lead-based paint. Each one of these costs $10, so this is $20 worth of pigment in total. I don't know how much it's going to make. I've never made this color before, and I've never used this color before, but I know it's very similar to a color that I do use, and based on some ratings and reviews, it seems to fill a need for a very reasonable price. So yeah, we're gonna make this one. We're gonna make both at the same time, and but we have to be careful with the amount of oil we put into this so we don't make it too oily. Jesus Christ! I'll show you. So, all right, for an oily point, this is Pyrrole Orange. This is Pyrrole Orange. Pyrrole Orange, okay? This is 37 milliliters. This is a 37 milliliter tube of Pyrrole Orange. Does anyone want to guess how much this tube cost from Williamsburg? 37 milliliters of Pyrrole Orange. How much do you think this cost? I have a general number in my head. 23? Nope, not 23. 42? 350? Nope, not 42 either. 100 bridge favor? No, my hand jobs are much cheaper than that, Jake. 27 shots, I'll give it to you. It's close. This was roughly $30. This was roughly $30. Celestia with the 31 was closest. This was $30, okay? For 37 milliliters, okay? This will at least make this $20 of pigment and probably $3 to $4 worth of oil. Will probably make 3 times this amount. Just have to make it. So, and I'm considering making orange a permanent fixture of the palette at some point, possibly. Yeah, roughly, Jake. Roughly at $7.50 a hand job. Yeah, that's roughly what my hand jobs go for. Okay. So yeah, let's make it. Look at how much more vibrant that is when you take off the cap. Gotta be a cheap bastard. Scrape out all the pigment. Sticking to the walls a bit. Good enough. I don't think that would help that much, Sasha, because the oil would get stuck in there too. Yeah, we're gonna lose a lot of oil in there anyway, so it's just like lost. But I mean, considering this is only a $10 pigment, it's not the end of the world. This is just some of the loss. Sorry for the noise. We might be losing like a gram of pigment total. It is Squeak ASMR. Here, I did it with this one. Yeah. It's just kind of really just stuck. Alright. I whacked it hard! I've been whacking it hard. You don't think I know how to whack it hard? Is that what you're telling me? We probably lost a gram of pigment-ish. Between both total. Okay. So, fuckload of pigment here. Alright, so now we're going to use aged refined linseed oil. Aged refined linseed oil. I wouldn't taste this, Jake. I wouldn't taste this. So, we're going to... Wait, what? Okay, so now, we're going to be careful about not adding too much because we have no experience with this pigment. We have no experience with this pigment at all. And, not Cheeto dust or drugs. Okay. So like we're making a dough, an egg dough, we make a well. Not Chicago Bears inspired, Jake. You think this would be Bears inspired? It is very... This is very similar, though, to the Bears orange. Jake, they already know it's not. Jake, I created a Baldur's Gate character whose god is the Green Bay Packers. His name's Brian Gorski. His name's Brian Gorski. He's in the Discord. I posted his picture in the Discord, Jake. Brian Gorski. Why the fuck can I open this? Oh, did he? It's so good, Jake. I'm about to beat it, by the way, with Richard Goblier. Don Richard. Very much so, Wiener proof caps. I couldn't even open it. Fucking hair. There's a hair in here. Where's that hair? Okay, so far this feels pretty oil hungry. That's fine, Jake. Yeah, wizard doesn't seem your style. Frankly, you'd probably do well with a fighter. Where's that hair? I'd be I'd be suspect if there was their Taco Bell sauce of this color. I'm afraid I just added too much oil. We'll see. We'll see. Usually it goes from like too thick to like immediately too wet. No! That's not salsa. No! No! This is lead. This is literally a pile full of lead. Doritos Locos Pain. Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried, everybody.
Dudley.
Bubbles! Bubs! It is chunky. It does a bit, huh? Good color for painting, though. Alright, so, this might be, for anybody, there's a chance that this paint becomes much too loose after we mull it. I'm hoping that's not the case, but there is a distinct possibility that that happens. Is that something? I don't know what you're talking about, Bubs. Is that a thing? Victorian children's seizures? But this is going to be a strong pigment, everybody. I could tell. It looks chunky, but there is a chance. I've had paints this chunky become way too loose, like there's too much oil in it. Fucking camera. Sorry, everybody. Oh, is it? No, too much oil, Celestia. So, for example, this consistency of my yellows would turn into a liquidy mess. Same with ultramarine blue. Same with ultramarine blue. Oh, gotcha. I've not heard of that. Okay. So let's mull. Yep, smoothing out. Do you see how that's already smoothed out? This is all the mulling that this needs. This is all the mulling it needs. Unfortunately, it's just kind of like it becomes mediocre paint. It becomes mediocre paint at that point. You just have to deal with it. You can't remove oil. You can only add pigment. The problem is, one thing I did is I added all the pigment at once. So if you wanted to be extra careful, I could have kept some pigment back. See, look at how smooth this is now. You see that, everybody? You see how smooth this is now? Yeah, Bubs, get some sleep. Yeah, go get, especially after yesterday. Sleep, Bubs. But you see how much is smoothed out already? No, this doesn't affect the grain size, Ibis. What I'm doing does not affect the grain size. All we're doing is spreading oil across the pigments. We are not physically grinding down the pigment. But you see this? You see how this is like smooth now? Like, it's not terrible though. It's not terrible. But look at how much this one's smoothed out now. It went from this to this for molding. So if I kept some pigment back, I could have added a bit more to it at this stage here, and then remold it. And I've done that before. I am very manly, Celestia. Did I mention I was toxically masculine? Have I mentioned that before, everybody? Good night, Bubs. This is orange molybdate, Sashi. Orange molybdate. It's lead orange. Lead orange, essentially. But it's on natural pigments. Orange molybdate. And it's very cheap as well. It's very cheap. I'm sorry about the camera, everybody. I did try to mitigate it, but it's still a problem. I'll do a more severe thing to help mitigate that. No. Orange molybdate. This is just lead. Orange molybdate, not lead tin orange. Lead tin orange is about 7 times the price of this. This is $20 worth of pigment we used in total. It's a very, I mean, like, the reason why I got it is because the reviews reminded me exactly of Pyrrole Orange, which I use, and it's like a tenth of the cost. And since I was already using lead white, it's like, okay. I'm already assuming the risk of lead. So you could tell, so if you notice how, like, the streaks around this, you know, if you recall, the lead white was, like, a lot cleaner, right? Well, lead white is not a very strong pigment, and because the particle size is not that large. I mean, it's not that small. But you could tell that this one has a smaller particle size, and therefore is probably going to be a fairly strong tinting strength pigment. Because of how it's, like, streaking and how it's showing up, you know, around here. So essentially, lower tinting strength pigments are very easy to clean. And the higher tinting strength, like strong pigments, do this. Fuck. Viridian is easy, Shasta. Viridian is not strong. Viridian is not a strong tinting strength pigment. Chromium green oxide would streak like this, though. But Pyrrole red... Pyrrole red would do this. Titanium white does this. Titanium white. Transparent red oxide. But Viridian is not difficult. I smell strong. What do you mean, Bubbles? Ahem. Ahem. Hi, Sashi.
Sadly.
All right, Bubbles, rest well. Get enough sleep, okay?
Beautiful.
Phantomacians, thank you for the follow. Bubbles, have a wonderful rest. Or else. Oh, is they? Okay. Good to know. So I can trust them, Bubs? I can trust them? Or are they gonna start murdering? Like you, Bubs. Fair enough. Alright, so he's not gonna murder me. Alright. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh my god! I had such a good stretch there of no murders. I had such a good no murder stretch there. I was like, oh wait, today might be a good day. Today might be a good day. I might actually touch some semblance of happiness today. But no. Lost traveling like, hey, wait, see that happiness? Let me shit on it. Let me shit all over it. Unbelievable. You have not? You've been very kind, Sashi. Frankly, Slashy, you've been a delight. It's so liquidy. Too much oil, everybody. Too much oil. That's how much it changes. What are you saying, Sashi? What are you saying to me? I know, isn't this a mess? Lead white was a lot cleaner than this. This is going to be a strong paint, yo. This is going to be a strong paint. I was so happy, but that was already such a long time ago. I was touching that happiness, then lost combination of Lizzie and Lost Traveling just upper decking it and taking a shit all over it. God damn it. What's it like to be happy? What's it like to be happy? Please, somebody enlighten me. A pimpkin? Nope. I shall. We're making paint. We are making paint. Well, I'm glad my suffering entertains you, Amy Jo. Oh shit, sorry everybody. It's very messy. And it's lead too. Okay. That's just what it was. There's paints are all made out of different things. This orange is made from lead. Jesus Christ! My happiness is overflowing with shit right now. Oh, good. Well, have fun, Bubs. I mean, not Bubs, Pickles. Have fun, Pickles. Alright, so now we're going to jam this orange into this hole. Okay? And we're going to use a syringe. Okay? Going to jam it up all in there. It's a good orange. Yeah, Pickles, have a wonderful night. Enjoy. Oh, God damn it. Stop hitting. So, all right. So, lessons for next time. Whenever I make this one, too much oil. It's very sensitive to oil as well. So I should keep some pigment behind. And go from there. No, it's too thick for that. Too thick for that. Yep. Okay. Huh, okay. Noted. Yeah, that's interesting. Fuck. This one's just a mess all around because it's not. We're gonna change out these ones. So because this is such a strong pigment and it's so liquidy, it makes this process a lot harder. Lessons for everybody. I have made a real heckin' mess. Made a real heckin' mess on this one. Look at how much this stains this, though. It's not coming off with just... That hasn't happened a lot. This is going to be a very strong pigment. So one thing I also do, I talked about this... So one thing I do with my extra paint here is I'm going to paint a label with it. I'm going to paint a label with it so that I have a visual, an accurate visual of the paint, and I could just put this label, once this dries, I could put this label on the tube. So it's a way to kind of use this excess. Orange. So we got a label. We got a label. Color on it. Over there, and now let's clean up. This is real heckin' orange. I'm probably going to like this paint, though. I like the color, and I know it's going to be a very strong tinting. And for the price, it's pretty damn good for the price. You really want me to be honest, Celestial? Do you really want to know the number? Do you really want to know that number? I'll tell you. $4,236.
Oh my.
I know, it came from the finest Muppet Farms in Alabama. The finest Muppet Farms in Alabama. And then they, slaughtered on the farm itself, too. Then thrown into a blender, and then this is how they make the pigment. The Muppets are thrown into a blender and then dried up. And that gives us 200 grams of pigment. 200 grams of pigment. You got orange on ya. Look at that. I've wiped this off with solvent and still not coming off. This is gonna be one strong paint, yo. It really is. This might be one of the strongest pigments I've ever come across. As far as this portion, maybe not. Titanium white still might be stronger, but this is gonna be up there, yo. Pyro red is probably stronger too. It looks neon. Permeates everything. It looks neon. I don't. It's not a fluorescent pigment. I mean, that's how Pyro Orange looks. But it's just. I don't have the other camera to show you. But I mean, it is a potent orange. It does, but it's not. That orange does not compare to the saturation of this one. Let's close this one up. Shit. Yeah, he just didn't have access to, like, paints of this saturation, because a lot of these really, really saturated ones were, like, coming out in the 1900s. That's why, like, I don't like the argument, or when people talk about, I want to use the same materials as the old masters. Like the old masters had a choice on what they used, The old masters used, Monet would have used every single one of these vibrant colors. Especially the Impressionists. Um, so it's like I don't like when people stress like, oh, well, why don't we just use what they use? Because they didn't like what they were like. They liked what they were using because that was the best available. But they all wanted to use ultramarine. Like Rembrandt, if they had a choice, they would use ultramarine blue on every painting. They couldn't afford it. So you're saying like, oh, you should use, you know, I watched a lecture of a dude talking about how like the old stuff is so pretty and stuff like that, and it's just like and then he showed some of his paintings and they were all just like washed out of color, and like, and it was just like, okay, so you want me to pay 30 times the cost for worse color, less archival color, and it's like, get off your goddamn pedestal, bud. And that's coming from me. That's coming from me. But, and like I've said also, there's nothing wrong with student grade paints. Like, it's not like these companies like are maliciously putting like terrible things in there. They just put a ton of filler in there. And that is somewhat like, no. Now, I have issues when companies misrepresent their information, specifically Winsor Newton. Yeah, Mono. Yeah, You're welcome. Alright, we're just crimping. And we're painting tomorrow, Ibis. We're painting tomorrow. If you'd like to join us for a paint stream. We be painting tomorrow. Look at this. Poison this. If only this wasn't so oily, this would have been a lot more manageable. Well, Pickles, it's not necessarily the color, it's the amount of filler, right? It's how do they stain, how do they mix is the stuff that will change with fillers. But the reason why you paid, you know, maybe $6 or $5 a tube for those is because they put all that stuff in there, right? That's the reason. Oh, thank you for the follow, Ibis. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for the follow. You will surely not regret it. Surely. Crimp the shit out of it. Remember, crimp it like it owes you money. Where's my... Son of a bitch. Fucker. Money. Okay. One more time. Oh, you have it. Where are you hiding it? Alright. Another tube of paint in the books, everybody. It was a messy one. We are also going to change our gloves. We're going to change our gloves after the 2 lead-based paints. As label over it. Yeah, this will probably last me at least a year. Probably more at the rate I use orange. Because I don't put orange regularly on my palette. But it was a cheap one. The orange I have is like kind of running out. And there might be some paintings I put out orange on for more common use. So it was like, I bought that pigment, it was so cheap that it was like time to make it. I need to go wash my arms because there's orange pigment on there. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we're back. We're back, everybody. Let's do another wipe down really quickly. Put on some gloves, too. another pair of gloves. Okay. And just so you know, all my used gloves are for sale on my oily fans. But just so you know, the Japanese businessmen get to them very quickly. Right? So good luck beating them to it. Next color is another fun one, everybody. Next color is another fun one. Have fun tonight, Pickles. Have fun. Next color is Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Lemon. Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Lemon. No! Absolutely not, Amy Jo. This is one of the most important colors on my palette. One of my favorite colors, too, to paint with. Granted, I'm using cadmium yellow lemon, but this is the same color. Alright, we got the mask on. I'm not going to be able to get any of this pigment off of this bag, everybody. Just FYI. It's not even going to, like... So. That is what it is. Don't keep them in Ziploc. Use all your pigment at once if you're going to make paint. Alright, so we're going to do this one a little bit differently than we did the orange because it was too liquidy. So what we're going to do, it's like sand. This is like the consistency of sand. This one is much more noticeably different than others. So, what we're gonna do So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a little bit of it off to the side. We're gonna put a little bit of it off to the side, and we're gonna do this after we mull it. Mull this amount, so we don't make it too liquidy. Maybe just a touch more. Because I know these bismuth colors have been very sensitive to oil. This is a very interesting texture. Okay, that just like sucked up all that oil, huh? Not even close. Hmm. Huh. Zesty. It is. How? What's up, Faithful? How you doing, bud? So far, more oil hungry than I expected it to be. For this amount. But these pigments can be very sensitive. Interesting. I was not expecting this. It is very sandy. Tastes like sand. Oh, you got a bad one then. This is like double the amount of oil that I was expecting this to need already. Because the bismuth vanadate yellow medium is like, needs like no oil. Yeah. Like it's not clumping together at all. But I expect this one to loosen up after mulling. Cheese. I guess it is kind of like a powdered cheese, like macaroni and cheese powder, Bono. Yeah. Just like a touch more like red in it. But like the consistency reminds me of that. But it's like, it's interesting how this oil is like, it's like wetting it, but it's not like seeping through. Settle down, Mono. This is shockingly dry for how much oil I've added to this. I probably already added double the amount I added to the orange. Possibly. But I don't think it's moldable at this stage. But we're going to be careful. We're not going to add as much oil at a time. Maybe? I just like, this is an odd behavior. It's like, it's a behavior I just haven't seen like this. And it differs from the other bismuth yellow quite a bit. But I'll try pushing down on it more, Mono. Interesting. It's just not coming together at all. That's good though, by the way. If it needs this much oil, that means we get a lot more for the pigment. Yeah, it is. You know, the more oil is cheaper than pigment, so the more oil we can add, the better output we get, you know? Yeah, I gotta keep on adding more. Yeah, that's why I got this amount on the side here. So, by the way, for cost, we're using about $40 worth of pigment, by the way, everybody. This is $40 of pigment. Okay, we might finally starting to see it come together a little bit. Yep. See, now I wonder if it's just going to go overboard. Yeah. But the texture is still like, it is like that magic sand stuff, hydrophobic sand. It really reminds me of that. But I think I don't think I should add any more oil then, though. I think I could work this in now. Maybe it just takes a second to wet down. Yeah. Yeah, that is a thing. So it could be just that. So maybe it's just like... Because that is a thing with different pigments, by the way. Like, there are pigments that, like, take a... Like, that have a slower wetting time, they call it. Yeah. God damn it. Did your guys' stream like just like do that reload player thing? I hate when that does that. It just happened to me. I don't know what causes that. But it basically, it kills all your viewers. If you have lurkers, when it crashes like that, it doesn't count them anymore. I might mull it first, Mud. I might mull some of it first. And then mix it in and see how much. But I'm pretty sure I'm not going to need to add any more oil to this. Yeah, this is easy to mull. It is. This one was easy to mull too. How wet is this? You know, it's not that wet. It's not terrible. Yeah, so we can, I don't think we're gonna need to add any more oil. So we're just gonna do this. Yeah. Yeah, it made sense. Seeing how it's smoothed out, it was a little bit too liquidy. Not terrible, but I'd rather have it be thicker. And considering it seemed to wet over time, like I might just need to wait a few, like, minutes. Yeah, it could be. But that's an interesting, like, property, huh? Yeah, I wonder if I can mold this. I don't think I can. But it's like I need, like, just, like... I wonder. We should try it. Huh? We kind of can. Isn't that something? Interesting, right? Hey, look at that. This turned into this. But we're gonna mix this in. Alright, lesson learned, everybody. Keep some pigment back. Keep some pigment back till after you do a test mole. Because now we got a texture that I really like here. I wish we would have done that with the Orange Mall update. My hubris. My paint-making hubris. Jesus Christ! Lizzie, coming back for thirds? For thirds. Oh my god. Unbelievable. That's from the IT crowd, Lizzie. That's from the IT crowd. You never noticed that? It's the one. It's the one where Matt Berry is dating a transsexual woman, but he didn't know it. And when he find out, they like have a huge 5-minute fist fight, and she just beats the shit out of him. It's great. But they're like paint making, Squiddy. Don't you dare, Allband. Wow, Allband. All right. You should charge for that. You should charge for that, Allband. You can make some serious money with that. There is some stuff that doesn't age well, and the writer of that show is a transphobe. The writer of that show is a transphobe. But there are some legitimately funny parts in that show. Specifically Matt Berry parts. I guess in the show, though, it wasn't bad. It's just that he wrote a book. He wrote a book, last year about it. The guy who wrote the IT crowd. Or the show creator and writer. It wasn't Ayoade or Matt Berry. It was I forget this fucker's name. Allband doesn't murder me. Sashi, Allband hasn't scared me and terrified me while he murders me. He's never done it. He's never done it. People who don't murder me get special treatment. Yes, there is a minimum amount of oil, Mudworks, or else the pigment won't bind together when it dries correctly. So there is a minimum amount, but it's fairly obvious what that is. Jesus Christ! So there is a minimum amount, Mud. Well, fine. You shall not get any salt. Senor Sal. You too, Squiddy. You too. So yeah, Mud, there is a minimum amount. You can't, you can go too little oil. But this is not one of those situations. Exactly. Exactly, Mud. But if it's grainy, and you definitely use too little, I would be skeptical of that. But you could tell by this pile, look at how wet this is already. Get the hair out. Wherever you went. Who wants a yellow hair, everybody? Who wants a yellow hair? I'll sell it on my oily fans. Alright, I didn't mean that as a pervert joke, but now I do. I do realize I didn't know it while I was saying it. So that's a my bad. Can we just not... So, are we not allowed to use the term wet anymore? I might have to call a meeting of the World Order of Perverts. Moist. We might have to do a meeting, like, maybe we'll change our sermons into Latin. Just use it all the time? Okay, alright. Maybe we'll change our pervert sermons to Latin. In addition. What was that called? What was the meeting in the 70s called for the Catholic Church? Where they went from Latin to English, or the country's language. What was that called? It was literally a meeting where, like, hey, our religion's dying. We need to make it more accessible. Well, it's consistency. Too much oil also gives issues with binding mud. So, like, this is why you hear me talking about solvent. Yeah, so, like, the use of solvent and too much medium will negatively affect how your oil, like, your pigment binds. If there's not enough pigment around it, could also lead to issues with binding, and too much medium in general can lead to delamination issues. Nice, Squiddy. So there is a fine point. There is a range, Mudworks. The range is not difficult to hit, right? But I would say that orange molybdate is still within an acceptable range. It's just that you're just having a consistency effect. But basically the rule is, if you would paint it on your canvas and it would drip, then your pigment is not going to be binding correctly. That's kind of the rule. So basically, it's like, imagine whipped cream to like semi-stiff peaks. Mud, whipped cream to semi-stiff peaks with like, with some weight to it is like kind of, in my opinion, ideal texture. You're not the first one to say that, Stitching Geek. You're not the first one to say that. Well, that's not forbidden, Amy Jo. That's not forbidden. Why are they, Squiddy? think it depends on what those extremes are, Squiddy. Depends, Squiddy. Most Squiddy, if you're considering that, I would ask you to send me. If you really were questioning it, it's probably not a good idea. I'll say that. If you really want to send it to me first. But I don't. I have a very low tolerance for certain topics or subject matter. Very low tolerance. And that's serious. Exactly. See, I don't get that. We're about to do it, Stitching Geek. We're about to do it. Pee is not over the top. Pee, piss, cum, not over the top. Yeah. Yeah, if your piss has no blood in it, if your piss isn't dark brown and has no blood in it, then you should definitely see a doctor. If your piss has no blood and is not like dark brown, you should see a doctor. Alright, so Stitching Geek. Ugh, God, this fucking camera pisses me off. Okay, so this is how we get, how we store paints. These tubes. So these are collapsible aluminum tubes. You see there's a hole here. We're going to jam this paint in here. And then we're going to crimp it shut. Stitching Geek. So, how I've been doing this is I bought these syringes and I cut off the end, okay? And this gives us some type of volumetric. Yeah, I got these large. You can get them on Amazon and art supply stores. The large ones I have only found at a reasonable price on Jerry's Artorama. Jerry's Artorama is the only place that had the large ones at a reasonable price. So, like, for example, these large tubes, Amazon charges like $6 or $7 per tube. Jerry's Artorama. No, it's actually one of the best places to get art supplies. Jerry's Artorama has the best prices on paint tubes and canvases that I have seen, including Amazon, including Blick, they just don't have storefronts. It's all online. And their free shipping mark is like, I think it's like $50, $60 for free shipping. If you're buying art materials for painting, including canvases, including brushes, the best prices I've seen is Jerry's Artorama. Yeah, Jerry's Artorama has been around for a long time. That's where I get my canvases from. That's where I got my tubes of paint from too. Yeah, I mean it's not necessarily corporate, but it's like but it is like a big box place, you know. But if like they straight up have the best prices on everything that they're offering. And they have everything. They have everything. So, you know, the yield on this wasn't that great, huh? The yield on this wasn't fantastic. Considering how much... Well, I thought I had more oil. Jesus! Squiddy!
Freeze!
Oh my god! Jack! Yeah, no, they're very reasonably priced, Sashi. Yeah, no, like I said, on Stitching Geek, on everything I've checked there, like checked against Amazon and checked against Dick Blick, Jerry's Artorama has had the best prices and the best selection. Did we shout you out? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, gotcha. We're making a mess again, everybody. Nice work, Squiddy. That looks masterpiece. Goddamn masterpiece. What? It's a cucumber and a couple lemons. What's your problem, Squiddy? That's a cucumber and a couple lemons. Yeah, Squiddy, it wasn't, it was last stream. We also have a new soundbite, Squiddy. We also have a new soundbite. We have a new soundbite that, everyone loves. That everyone loves.
Have you spoken?
Tonight,
Jesus! Stitching geek.
Have you spoken?
All the sound redeems, all at once. All right, so now we're gonna put excess paint on a label here.
Have you spoken? Have you spoken?
No, Amy Jo, this
Have
was
you
not
spoken?
alternate. This was bismuth, vanadate,
Have you
yellow,
spoken?
lemon. Bismuth, vanadate, yellow, lemon. You like it, Squiddy? You like the new soundbite, Squiddy? All right, so we put this on the label just for so once that dries, we'll put it on the paint tube. All right, good. Bismuth, vanadate, yellow, lemon. Bismuth, vanadate, yellow, lemon. They're like, I haven't, well, actually, every paint except for the orange one we did before this, I've made before. So I made a tiny amount of this one before, but this one was a long time ago, but, it's just that I make paints when I don't have a lot behind, or I don't have enough behind where it's like, I'm gonna have to make it within the next probably 5 paintings. So now we're gonna close it. So we kind of crimp, or we kind of push it down. And we try and force out any air bubbles, but we're not too crazy about that, because it doesn't make a huge difference. And you can end up wasting paint. See how paint comes out at the end like that? Oh, no worries. You don't need to apologize, Stitching Geek. No need to apologize. Oh, sorry. Actually, you do need to apologize for all the murders. I would like it if some people started repenting for all the murders. I would like that. Oh, God damn it. God damn it, Stitching Geek. Son of a bitch. Jesus! Sashi! Fine. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're going to clean up. A little bit of solvent. And then we'll crimp it shut. Is that what you still go? Amy Jo, when's the last time you've been to confession? And how soon did that priest quit thereafter? Or are we talking about a roleplay scenario? I've seen those documentaries, Amy Jo. Wait, you're protecting pedestrians from me? I've seen those documentaries. What are you talking about? Documentaries. No idea what you're talking about. Oh, well, no, hold on. All right. Those people cursed me, Sashi, and those were all accidents. I have yet to be charged. Sorry. I have yet to be convicted of any of those. All 78 of them. Been yet to be convicted. And they're just walking on the sidewalk. How am I not supposed to hit them? How am I not supposed to hit them when they're just on the sidewalk? Yeah. They shouldn't be walking on the sidewalks. And frankly, if they just give me the curse I want, maybe I would have less accidents. Maybe if they gave me the curse I wanted, there'd be less accidents, huh? So really, this is their fault. All right, Stitching Geek, by the way. So when we have it like this, so now what we do is we crimp the shit, we get a crimper, and we crimp the shit out of it. Okay? So we just crimp along here. Then we fold it over. Oh my, where are you getting all these guns, Sashi? Talk about illegal. Oh, please. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll still take my chances. So then we fold it over. And we crimp the shit out of it again. Okay. Bring out the nipple clamp. Wait, that is my nipple clamp. Where are you getting all these Rudy masks? Crimp the shit out of it again. Fair enough. Well, we'll see who wins this.
Tonight.
Oh my god! What are you you going to do, Gunner? What are you planning? I want to be called Spaghetti. Two? Oh my god, Sashi. You were bragging earlier about not murdering me.
Freeze!
No, the crimping is just, yeah, it's just to avoid the paint escaping. So we fold it over one last time, and then we crimp again. That's it. And this is how paint companies seal these. They don't use adhesives. They just have a machine that crimps it. I don't deserve any of this. And there we got see that? Oh, shit, wait. See, we got a seal. I don't know what I did, Squiddy. Are you kidding? Do you see how many times I've been murdered, Sashi? I'm an innocent. And then we got our labels. See? There we go. I don't know what I did. I don't, Squiddy. There we go. Paint ready to use. Okay, we got one last one, everybody. We got one last one. I do not. I have never been convicted of a murder. They're walking on the sidewalk. Jesus! They're really rolling in now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable how much hatred is pouring out from chat. The hatred is palpable. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait 6 hours. Huh, Lizzie? All right, we're taking a vote, everybody. All right, we gotta take a vote. What is gonna be the last color? What is gonna be the last color? Burnt Umber, Blue Ridge Burnt Umber, or Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Light? Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Light, very similar to the previous color, or Burnt Umber? Lizzie with Burnt Umber. Sashi with Burnt Umber. Don't have charcoal, Squiddy. Alright. Yeah, alright. It's a universal umber. Okay. I'm sorry, Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Light. They hated you. No one voted for you. They all despise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can have some ice cream. It's alright. I'm sorry that they hated you. I'm sorry that they're saying mean things about you. It's just... It's alright, bud. It's alright. We'll talk about it later. Sorry, guys. Bismuth Vanadate Yellow did not take that well. Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Light did not take it well, everybody. I'm sorry. They're crying in the other room. Oh my god! No heart! No heart at all. Alright. Putting on the mask. Maybe I should wipe that down one more time, huh? Just wipe it down one more time. Alright, so Umber is actually a good choice for this, by the way. So, big difference with Umbers specifically, is that we have to add I'm not insane. We use 2 different oils. We're going to use the age-refined linseed oil and some amount of vacuum-bodied linseed oil. See this? This is just stand oil. Okay, see how it's thick? This is bodied oil. It's the oil from my body. No, I'm alright. We'll do one more and then we'll take a break, Mud. We'll do one more and take a break. We did the one. So, this is the last one we're making today. So you see thick body oil. This is my bodied oil. Okay. So, we use both of these. We roughly use, for every 3 parts, basically for every 2 parts of this, we'll add 1 part of this. Straight from the source, exactly. Alright, right from the taint area. Right from the taint area. So for every 2 parts of the regular oil, we'll add probably 1 part of the body oil. Alright, we get our mask back on. It's very, very slick. Very slick down there. Okay. A bit. Kind of like honey, Mudworks. It's kind of like honey. I was just interested and learned about Stitching Geek. I didn't know about any of this. I did not know about any of this before about a little over 2 years ago. I didn't know any of the facts that I know. I didn't know anything. Yep, I have a degree in mechanical engineering. By the way, for trivia, this is Blue Ridge Burnt Umber from Natural Pigments. Blue Ridge Burnt Umber, and it comes from Virginia. It comes from Virginia, everybody. Comes from Virginia. They also have a Blue Ridge Yellow Ochre. They have a Blue Ridge Yellow Ochre and a Blue Ridge Sienna as well. We could always add more. We can always add more. Now, my camera makes it look way more red than it is. So companies don't say it, but a lot of original umbers and ochres come from France, Italy, in the Middle East, and Spain. And Spain has quite a few. Cyprus, like I said, Cyprus is known for their... But so, basically the higher end the company is, the more location-based the names will be, right? Because, like, you know, for example, right, if it says Cyprus umbers, I know that they're going to be less red. And I know, like, French ones will be, I think Italian ones are more green, right? Like, there's these different characteristics of the areas themselves. So. What was I looking for? Alright, so now we're going to start with our age. This takes a lot of oil. This takes a lot of oil. Umber specifically takes a lot of oil. Now it's more red. The camera's showing it more red than it actually is. But for burnt umbers, this is a very red one. It is spicy hot chocolate. I think I need more pigment, huh? I think I need more pigment. You know, I don't know much. Like on this one, I know from experience that this one doesn't change as much. It changes some, but it's not like, it's not as much as the others. We'll go with that. That should be good. And considering I have so much of this pigment mud, I don't need to worry about overshooting it because I could always add more pigment. So like for this one, being as cheap as it is, I don't need to be that careful. On the more expensive ones, I need to be like on Viridian, I need to hold it back so I don't ruin a batch.
And that's a fact.
Random historical paint fit. Alright, let's talk about umbers and ochres. So some of the first pigments found, so cavemen for example, outside of the lamp black thing that we've discussed, was pretty much all done with ochres. Now ochres are essentially, I forget the type of rock that it is. It might be like geothite? Something like that is what ochres are. And they come in a wide range of colors. So ochres come in red, yellow, white, blue, green, and purple. There are ochres that have those colors to them. And basically you could find these rocks on the ground and you could use them like chalk. You'd wet them a little bit with like water or saliva, and you could just draw on stuff with these rocks. And so umbers and ochres are literally just ground up rocks that you find in nature. But ochres became so important, especially in like early humanity, with like in Central America, North America, Africa, and like Aboriginal tribes in Australia, where they became a highly traded commodity and related to religious aspects. So, for example, the Maasai tribe in Africa, right, who are painted red. They're painted with red ochre, and they trade it and they deal with it, and it's and that was a big aspect to a lot of early civilization relations. Ochre was hugely important to these groups and civilizations, and it is carried on even to this day. But ochres, like I said, the quality of them also dictates the value of them tremendously. So, for example, you could probably find an ochre deposit, ochre and umber deposits in every state in the United States. Probably every country in the world has some type of ochre or umber deposit. The quality of them and their composition really dictates how valuable they are. Right? So like I said, there's white ochres, but they're not really highly sought after, even though they're slightly rarer. but they're not a good quality color, right? They're pale, they're not very vibrant, right? But like the red ones that can be very vibrant because of hematite, generally are. So, for example, in Australia, the Aboriginal tribe that had the best quality umber became the richest because all the other tribes wanted the higher quality ochre, and through their trades, they became the wealthiest one because they basically owned the land that that had the best ochre in it. Now, mind you, a lot of those other tribes had ochre deposits. They just weren't as good as the other ones. This led to wars being fought. This led to, especially when Europe started getting involved with pigments and stuff like that. A lot of terrible things happened because of pigments like ochre. What other interesting facts are there? So yeah, the first cave paintings were done primarily with yellow and red ochres, and lamp black, and charcoal. But charcoal doesn't qualify as much as a pigment in this context. Charcoal needs a binder. The new soundbite, everybody. Alright, more oil. Still more oil. You see, every time I add some of the oil, I'm adding both of them. But also, so do we know what the two primary color components in umbers are, everybody? Do we know what the two primary coloring components are in umbers? Anyone? What are the two primary color components of umbers? What two minerals basically give the color to umbers and ochres? Not cheese, Mono. Not cheese. Iron and farts, not iron and farts. Well, iron, yes. Iron, technically. Nope, not clay either. It is manganese, and iron, but iron specifically hematite. Hematite. Hematite is that very strong, very strong red color. But umbers specifically have that manganese content that you don't see in ochres. And you don't see it in siennas. I have. So yeah, some early history. I'm learning more about umbers and ochres, but there's a lot of interesting, I guess, like socio-political aspects to umbers and ochres. More so ochres, but Umbers were more of a European thing, where ochres were more of like, you know, a worldwide thing. But they still existed in the other ones. Alright, so we got a nice thick paste. We got a nice thick paste here. So notice how much easier this one is to clean, by the way. For anyone who saw the orange debacle earlier. Notice how much easier this one is and like how less the streaks are, right? It's not as small of a particle and not as strong as the tinting strength. Right? It's an early hint to how strong the pigment is, right? The yellow was in between these. That orange is going to be strong. Speak for yourself, Amy Jo. Hi, Sarah. Welcome in. God damn it, camera. Settle down. Oh my god! Fuck. Yeah, sorry, my camera just, with OBS is doing this, and I thought I taped it down to try and reduce friction, but it's been getting worse throughout the stream. So I'm going to take more severe action on it. So sorry about that, everybody. It's not to, it's, well, yes, but Stitching Geek, it's to disperse the oil around all the particle pigments, okay? Or the pigment particles, sorry. The glass molar ensures that it makes sure that the oil surrounds the particle. Yeah. Forbidden chocolate. It won't kill you, but it will taste like shit. Don't eat the pain. You animals. Don't eat the goddamn pain. Checkmate. Checkmate, they say. Might need to add a touch more oil to this. So you see how little less this one, like this one doesn't loosen up nearly as much. Compared to what we saw with the yellow. You're welcome, Stitching Geek. You are welcome. Let's add a touch more oil. In my collection of pros, well, they would kill me. Those would kill you. That's not a food source, Sarah. Monet used several deadly, toxic pigments. So it's not even a food source. My knowledge of pigments would tell me not to eat any of it, because no, with how they painted, Sarah, with how they painted, there would be no safe part. Like eating sand. Eating sand would make more sense. Well, there you go. This is why you're not going to get me to admit. You're never going to get me to admit that eating paint is a good idea. Not once, not ever. Ever, ever. This is not ganache. I really leaned into that A. This is not ganache. This doesn't look like shit. Looks like cocoa powder more than anything. It looks like buttercream frosting. Yeah. Well, it kind of does. I mean, this is one of the most universal paints used. I would be willing to bet by mass that Burnt Umber was probably one of the top used paints. I think I need to mull this again. Or mull this more. See you later, Sashi. They might. Well, they do make smaller ones. I think the one time I did look it up and it was like $1,000. It was like $1,000. So like the thing is like I could only justify it as if I was like selling some, you know what I mean? Now, if people wanted to buy paint from me, or if there was any interest, like that would be something I consider. But like nobody's even ever asked, so it's like, not to mention like, you know, I'd only be making redundant paint, right? So it's like, you know, like a tube of this, the tube that I'm making, I like, you know, would still have to sell for what you'd get from somewhere else. But for this, in this aspect, and I'd have to like, cause like also not to mention mud, that's a mill is only worth it if I'm making like 10 tubes, 20 tubes at a time, right? And that's more that I would need for decades, you know what I mean? So it's like, so it'd only be in the case that I'm selling it. Because, like, yeah, it would save me time in this part, but cleaning a mill is a pain in the balls. I think we're good. But you know, a lot of famous companies were started just like that for reasons like mine. Is basically a guy who's a painter started making their own paints, and then their friends, he started to have to make it for friends because friends wanted it, and he started like kind of like a community following, and then they just kind of kept on scaling up and scaling up. Yep. Well, so like Michael Harding paint started off just like that. Williamsburg started off like that. Old Holland, I believe, was always a company because it has long time roots. Winsor & Newton, I believe, started off as a colorman. Yeah, yeah. Alright, cool. Still a goddamn mess, though. Still a goddamn mess. But easier to clean up. I'm actually, I am giving, I'm gonna give Jess a homemade paint. I'm sending, Jess bought a couple of my paintings. And, so I'm sending her, I'm gonna send her a couple of paints. So she's gonna be the first person. Wait, no. Jesus Christ! Actually, you know who the only other person to use a badly made paint is? Yeah, Babe. I sent Babe a bunch of colors that I was no longer gonna use to see if she wanted them. I also threw in some ones that I threw in a couple ones that I had extra of. Just so she could see. This one might be hard to do with this, actually. We'll try it anyways. It is fun. Well, you know, it's like, I know that they'd appreciate a mud. Like, you know, it's like, I know that they actively paint. I know that they plan on actively painting, so I know that, like, they'll most likely find a good use for them. So it's like, it's not just like sending to somebody who's just like, hey, send me these. And then they just like sit around in that person's place forever. So this one's not nearly as like liquidy as the other ones. It is super interesting to see, though, the different types of texture. Like, the different properties of pigments kind of coming out and, like, seeing how vastly different those can be. I've noticed that, like, the bismuth ones, ultramarine blue has a very interesting working property. Cobalt, every cobalt that I've seen, which is only 2, I should say, all the cobalts have had interesting properties. Just jam this in here. Oh. Much easier. Much easier than I expected. I thought that was going to be a pain in the balls. Okay. Not bad. Why are you not? This is gonna be a messy one. It's alright. Well, we've already messed up the top, so the syringe is not really useful anymore. Now we'll save that for the label. Let's do a label. Let's do this. Butt plug is clean, ready for nothing. Ready for nothing. Just gonna sit here till we make paint again. Just gonna sit there. Ready for definitely not anything. No reason to be suspicious. No reason at all. Wink! Exactly, Amy Jo. No reason.
Oh my.
I be stroking.
I've already cleaned it off, and we are 2 paints removed from lead, so I'm not really concerned with the lead on it. I knew you would, Amy Jo. What do you mean, what did I add? Oh, the soundbite? In my defense, it wasn't my idea. That was Shasta. Shasta wanted that one. And I just agreed. Shasta's idea.
I be stroking.
That's an actual song, mind you. Never knew it existed. We do love Shasta. I didn't even know that song existed, Shasta. You definitely really added to your pervert credentials, mind you. You added to your pervert credentials. Good work. You are now S-class pervert. You've reached S-class pervert level. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Shasta would get there? Okay. Reloaded with burnt umber, everybody. Thank you, Shasta. Let's get our labels on here. Taint! Taint! Okay. Okay. Alright, so we made 4 paints today. Made 4 paints today. Made a lot of paint today, huh? Made a lot of paint today. 7 is getting there. Orange Molybdate, very, very strong pigment. This is going to be a very interesting one. Lead White, big tube of Lead White. Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Lemon, and Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. These are all... This was probably around 100 milliliters, 90 to 100 milliliters, probably. This is close. This is approaching 150, but probably a little short of that. Lead White, same, probably about 120 to 130. But this is like, this amount is like, feels like over a pound and a half. When this, well, I guess because the lead is so much. But yeah, it's a lot of good paint here, everybody. All right. Well, I think we're just gonna take a break, and we're gonna switch because I'm gonna stream my game. So should we raid and I just take like a half-hour break, or should I just keep the stream going and just take a break? Any thoughts on that? Yeah, no, I'm gonna take a break for like 10 to 20 minutes. Okay. Then we'll raid out. We'll raid out. All right. We shall. Yeah. No, I'll make myself dinner. I'll make myself a nicer dinner than I would have. What? Oh, we have Babe on? Babe? Is Babe getting bombarded? Is Babe getting bombarded with raids? Today, is that one of those days? One of those days? Well, Paperclip, we're gonna play Baldur's Gate in about half an hour. So we're gonna restart Paperclip. And we're gonna play Baldur's Gate. So well, no, we still have to do the final boss fight, Mud. We lost to the Brain on the first fight because I did something stupid. Oh, Amberlark. Ooh, Amberlark. Yeah, stupid Brain. But then after that, we got to decide if we're going to play Brian Gorski, the Packers guy, who was isekai'd to Baldur's Gate, or are we going to play Frank Danger? Well, we're going to have to decide that, which one we're going to stream. I think we'll raid Amberlark. Amberlark or Andrea, everybody? Amberlark or Andrea? Hard choices, very much so. Well, before you say that, Amy Jo, Vermicelli, Amber Lark or Andrea, who are we feeling, everybody? We'll go with Amber Lark. Andrea? Okay, we'll go with Andrea then. Larkin? No, we decided on Andrea. She's a new friend of the stream. New friend of the stream. All right, everybody. All right, so we're gonna rate out Andrea. Yeah, Andrea. We're gonna rate out in about a half hour. I'm gonna stream Baldur's Gate, so join me then, or else. All right, everybody. Thank you. Hope you had a good time. Bye bye. Tonight, you. I shall, Celestia. Mud, thank you. Paperclip, we'll see you later. Amy Jo, bye. We'll talk to you. Is that fucking later? No, wait. TTFN, I don't know what that means. Shasta, you too. Bye. Oh, fuck, I missed Mono. You too, Mono. Mono, you have a great day.